We're back. Same Ruins of Tearyn time. Same Ruins of Tearyn channel. Time for some more MMORPG development. Here we go. Let me allow to the first load. Hello, Umbra. How you doing? I'm on. So I got all the Mage abilities done. Now I'm doing the animation and VFX. And I was thinking. So here's the fireball, which I finished yesterday. Tweaked a few things. That's R1. Here's R2. I made the cast times a little longer. Then R3. It's like the color of the orbs a little different. Cast times longer. Now we have the crit ones. All are a little bit fancier. So yeah, that's looking good. Now I think for the teleport, there might be a quick little added capability here. I could try this. How does that feel? If I throw this in there. Just a tiny little bit of added touch. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. Okay. How's that different? Okay, well, I'm going to just throw that into each teleport. I'm not doing too much with the teleport. Um, I have to cut a few corners when it comes to workload right now. And if I have an ability that's kind of doesn't need to be innovated too much on, I'm not going to do it. And teleport is one of those abilities. Because I'm closing in on like 5 days to finish the mage and do the rogue and archer. And that's cutting it close. All right, good enough. Good enough. Okay, so next one we'll do is bombard, because I know the direction I want to do with that one. So first up, we're going to do a couple things different here. So we're actually going to take the location, do target actor current. I don't know why this is aim prediction. Should we target actor lock? And we're going to do, I think it's like 1250 above the target. And then we'll go to the left. I guess this one we'll do left 250. I can't remember if that's left or right, but then negative 250. So your E is your fireball that goes kind of straight forward from your hands. And bombard is going to be an ability that you summon meteors from above. And so now we can increase the projectile speed, I think back to 2000. Okay, that's R1. R2. So the first one, this is the first projectile. 250. And then the third one. Maybe 250, 250. Hello, Melzy. How you doing? I finished the Mage design, so now I'm polishing animation stuff. What's up? Oh, cool. I love them. Yeah, they're nice. Okay, a little bit of that meteor action. Yeah, I do my crit one. The third one can be slightly longer delayed. Okay. Now, Bombard 2. Decided to take a break on my project and do a game jam. Nice. I know there's one that has a little bit of hype coming up. Not that there's obviously some going on like crazy, but there's the what's her name? She's killing it on YouTube. Um, Juniper Dev. She has a game jam coming up. I think it's late June. I love doing game jams. They never fit with my timing because I'm always scrambling for like the next benchmark, right? The next publisher pitch, the next Epic Mega Grant pitch, the next yada yada yada. I haven't been able to do the Epic Mega Jam. I love doing the Epic Mega Jams. Um, I haven't been able to do one in a long time. Game like Jam, Pac-Man. Similar enough to Pac-Man, it would be considered a Pac-Man like. That's cool. I can only imagine everyone's gonna do like a roguelike Pac-Man. That's gonna be like the go-to standard, I think. Make a Hades version of Pac-Man, you know? Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, I'm doing for roguelike Pac-Man. Yep. It's roguelike mechanics are just they're just so like ingrained in us now. They're just it's it's just like it's the meta. It's just easy. I don't think I need this anymore. Is that it? Yes, that's one. Then we have two, negative 250. And I've been doing really boring stuff like setting up knowledge bases for my project and building APIs. This game jam will be a little tight, but hopefully the right break I need. Yeah, absolutely. Umbra says the very serious game jam, a villain Pac-Man, where we play as a ghost in Pac-Man. Yeah, so this is like one of the major ones I participated in that I actually had the time for. This is like the results of it. I built a King of the Hill, a multiplayer King of the Hill game back in like 2018. This is like what really started my journey into the Castle Data as a project is what's got us into Vertical Third. There's 3 different versions on that channel of like 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 because we just scope creep happened and we just trying to keep adding depth to the game. And yeah, it got too. We tried to do too much, but it did end up creating Vertical Third, so it was kind of good at the same time. It was a 5-day game jam, and we did a multiplayer King of the Hill game. Okay, so this is 0, and then I can clear this. This is 250. That's fine. Negative 250. This is 250, 250. And the funny part about the Castlevania game is if you're royalty, you can hit Q, which stuns everyone around you with cringy dad jokes. So it's pretty funny. And we did the voice lines ourselves, too. Like, why was the pig in the kitchen? Because he was baking a pie. That type of stuff. All right. Fire, bombard. Q. R1. Boom, boom. R2. Bombard. Boom, boom, boom. I think I need them all faster. This one I'm going to do them all the same speed, but just slightly delayed. Speed 2000. I kind of feel like I need to do them faster. 3000. Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging around. 3000 and 3000. Speed 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's see how this looks. Okay, Q. Okay, do timing adjustments there. I think it starts a little bit too high right now. We're going to lower it to like 1,000. And then the setup. So the first one I think I can do 0 on. And then I'm at 3 just from there. Next set. Delay by, I think it was like 0.125 or .125. It's a lot better. Oh, did I not do the timing on this one? That's probably what it is. Okay. And then this one. Yep. I like that. I like that a lot. 1, 2, 3. So what I'm doing right now is making sure, like I have this all kind of set up in my code, in my actual designer tools, so that I can change the position of where different projectiles spawn. So instead of coming out of my hand as a fireball, I'm now making them spawn above the target that you have selected and then crash down on it. And I'm playing with the timing of how all those projectiles come in. might push these out even farther. I like them really coming from different angles. So maybe I need to do okay, so this is one of the reasons why it's feeling like that. Just a question. Will there be some very special abilities dedicated to one-to-one class, like full meter rain in a whole map area, or teleporting through the whole map, and damaging and start and end point? I mean, we'll definitely have a lot of unique abilities. I don't know about those ones. Like, it is an MMO. There has to be some sort of balance and stuff, and you have to think about how players might abuse that ability in different ways. But the goal is to have very distinct classes that feel unique. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. I think I can go a little bit longer on the delays. So R1, we're going to do negative 500 here. And then 500 here. And .25. Which class do I use the most? I don't think there is going to be one that I use the most, because I have to play everything. So I will usually, if I'm play testing, right, I'm going to play that with something that's not, no one else is playing. So I'll react to what my play testers and players are using, trying to fill a role in that group. Traditionally, I play tank in MMOs. Like, which class do you like the most as a player you will play? I don't know. I definitely am enjoying Enchanter, because the different pets and stuff is kind of fun. I definitely like my tank I built. I'm definitely building a really cool tank. Alright, I think I'm just going to move on. So the first one, no delay. And we're going to go like 500, 500. It's hard as a developer to be able to like pick a specific one, because I've designed them all and they're all kind of fun in their own way. like if I didn't like a class at all, you know, I wouldn't be designing it. Like I would just throw the class out. Be like, nope, this class doesn't fit, you know, or like it needs a whole rework, you know, these things. All right, Q, and then Q2. And then now we do the crits. I still have some stuff to fix on that one. Bombard crit is 0 there. We'll do negative 500 here. This is 1,000 now. And the next one is .25. 1,000. 500. Okay, this one is setup 0, 1,000. I think this one's good. 500, 1,000. .25. .25, negative 500, 1,000. Alright, so the bombard for... Can you play the crown game? Not unfortunately right now. It's an old project. I don't even know if I still have the backup for it. What version it's on. I'd have to like update it to the new PlayFab stuff. Because it was I was using that when PlayFab wasn't even bought by Microsoft. All that stuff. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Okay. Those two are done, I think. Now I need to do the third one. Forgot the cat is not used to time zones if you've been traveling. Targeting, this should be here. This is here. And target actor. Do I still have this copied? I do. 500. Oh, 12,000. Yeah. Set up targeting, target actor, lock. I'm going to try 500 here instead. And then did I do the setup on this? No. Alright, I think that one's good. Next one. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Umbra. Appreciate it. Changing some settings and more settings and more settings. And then a couple more settings. Oh, did I do the update on the height? 1,000? Looks like I did. 1,000. 0.25. Alright, I think I got the projectiles all good to go. R1. Looks good. I'm happy with that. R2. Boom, boom, boom. Happy with that as well. And R3. Might need to make the projectiles a little bigger on that one. R3 crit. Yeah, let's up the projectile size here. Alright. Bombard. It's a little better. Now, I'm a little, let me look at this. Why is it? So normally when you have a projectile system, you want to, when a projectile hits the target, you want to deactivate the effect. You don't want to destroy it right away. That's normally what happens, but you can see as soon as my bombard spell, I gotta be AFK a sec. Okay. So is this doing it for all my projectiles or just bombard? It might be just destroying it slightly quick. Oh, I gotta fix that part too. See, that's how it's supposed to work. So when you throw off a regular fireball, it deactivates and just stops spawning, and the particles dissipate properly. So I think it's the actual effect, for some reason, doesn't have like a fade over time or something. So color. So this one fades over time. That's weird. Does that change anything? Is a lifetime set to lifetime? If I increase the lifetime a little bit, it's less snappy. Kids, I have rice and beans going for Tifa. Why is it doing this? Hold on 1 second. Okay. So why is this getting cut off right away? Timeline. It's got to be the projectile itself. Let me see if I see anything different in the other VFX. So these ones are mesh renderers. And this one's a sprite renderer. The only thing I can think of is when a sprite renderer gets deactivated, it just kills all the particles it has. Unreal Engine. Oh, is it system update? Inactive response. Yeah, that's weird. It says, it's doing it. That's weird. I might just have to put a pin in this later. Let me try and pinpoint which thing it is. So let's disable these. It's not that likely. But just for process of elimination. It could be all of them, technically. But so that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that one. Let's take out this one. Okay, clearly that's not an issue. So the only issue is this one. so why is that not dissolving? Scale sprite size. Color. Is it like a sub UV animation thing? Maybe we have to lower the lifetime. Let's try like .25 to .75. A little better. But not quite. It's still snapping out. Which is annoying. Yeah, I think it looks worse with the lower lifetime, to be honest. If I make this faster, maybe. Going through the UV animation frames faster. Well, that makes it even more apparent. Slower? Alright, I think I'm gonna admit defeat here. What?
I'm gonna go get them fries. Those beans are not good.
Why not?
They smell like I almost like threw up smelling them.
Okay.
Okay.
They should be fine.
They're not. So don't feed them to it. Thank you.
Maybe it's an issue of loop. I don't know. I'm gonna revert. And just leave it as it was. And I'll have to look into it later. I did want the sprite size up though. Sprite size. I think I did times 1.5. Alright, I need to be RB 1 sec. Alrighty. So I'm not the most advanced VFX person. I can do a little bit, but I'm not going to fiddle for hours on VFX to make it look right. So, yep. All right. So I think Bombard is done from a VFX standpoint here. Then I have to do I'm going to change up the animation and the spellcast. And now 3. Okay. We do crits here. Oh, maybe that was a crit. Ah, no. Oh, I need to fix that. I have the move speed locked. Take that off. Make it so you can cancel your cast. Mm-hmm. It should be fine. We can just cut off the bottom. It does that. Uh, Alright, back again. Fatherly duty calls. Help with my kiddos. Back and forth. Okay. This goes here. Boom. And I think I did those ones. Alright, so now I should be able to queue the move to interrupt. Alright, so I do think, let me look at each one again. First one, good. Second one, oh, no, it's a crit. Whatever, we'll try the crit. It's good. crits now. So this one should be 4, I think. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to call the VFX there. Done. And now I need to do the cast. So let's look at some different animations, because we have a good amount. We can check Gideon first. But most of his attacks here I'm using for his auto attack, so I can't use those. This does not fit at all. This kind of does, but I do use that. Do I use that? I think I use the reverse version of that for the enchanter, which, yeah, so I can use the forward version for this one. Bombard. And I gotta do this, and then this. Get the anticipation a little bit. Sounds like dot 5. Action. Dot 75. Or like dot 7. And then follow through. Okay. So let me order these up a little bit. R1, R1 crit, R2, R2 crit. So this one's going to be a 2-second, then a 3-second cast. R2 is a 3-second cast. And a R2 crit is a 4-second cast. And R3, 5-second, and R3 crit is 6-second. Alright, and then I'm going to have a couple versions of this. This needs to be play rate of dot 5, dot 3, dot 2. Okay. I'll plug that in there. Can clear this. And this is bombard. 2 seconds. Let's change it. Let's put it down a little bit on each one. It's because I don't have a looping animation for this. So dot 2.5. Then this goes to dot 2.5 or 2.5. It goes to 3. Alright, so we have 2, 2.5, 2.5, 3, 3, 3.5. Okay. And rename this to here. Clear this. Okay, your B. Back and forth once again. Cooking a little pizza for my kiddo. Burp, burp. That should be good. This is 3. It's R2. Okay, so this one can be used here. Clear. And then pop this to 3. And 3. Then we need one more for 3, 5. All right. So Q1. So Q2. We'll have to make them come down faster, I think. Or sugar plums. I'm gonna have to. Let me see if I can do this. Montage section. And okay, let's try this into bombard 1. Let's see if this works how I want it to. I guess I just need to speed up the projectiles. BRB once more. Alright, back again. Alright, so I think I need to lower the location these spawn from again. If I have it, let's see what happens. I'm trying to have the meteors fall. As he's like doing his wave down. Kind of like that. Yeah, we'll do that. 500. Okay, then we need to separate all these. Into sections. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that's pretty good. 3. Yep, finishing touches. It's animations and VFX. So the bombard now is obviously kind of like a meteor attack. Something's wrong with the crit R3. Oh, it didn't do it. Or I put it the wrong section. There we go. Yep, it's all in the plan. I'm trying to stick to phases through development, and just to try not to hyperfix on certain aspects. And like context switching obviously adds up over time. So I've started to, when I design my classes, focus on just the design aspect first, and not so much trying to do the entire ability from animation to VFX to SFX all in one. And so the first one is just designing the abilities, getting them in, throwing just a whatever animation on, and worry about that stuff afterwards. Okay, that's not right. Maybe I don't need. So the first one works, right? Okay, so I think it's just my timing is not precise. So on this one, it's more precise, I think. So 3, 5. So let me go here. Wait, why is R1 3, 5? That's wrong. R1 is 2. That's why it's messing up. R2 is 2, 5, 2, 5, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 5. Let's see if these are working now. Mm-hmm.
Do you want my nice piece of avocado toast?
Okay.
Alright.
How do I rejoin them? Alright, that's kind of what I wanted. That's working smoothly now. And then we'll tack on the tiniest little input lock of like .25. I'll do that for everything. Okay. And then these guys, I need to, can I drag this? And this one. And that should all stay the same. Alrighty. Think Bombard is good. Okay, that one was way off. What's going on with that crit one? Something wrong there. Yeah, whatever. I'm well done. It's done. I'm just moving on. I'm not going to worry about SFX. I'm just going to, I don't have time to cut my corners here. Bombard is Q. So that one's done. I have to kind of haul ass. So now we're mostly focused on just casting. So that was the only one I had to actually change the effect or the ability at all, because I had to do the positioning of the so Drain Heat is next. It's, again, one that's going to just have the same animation for 3 different spells. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I think there's some yin attacks. wasn't yin. Um, okay, maybe not yin. Zincs maybe. So that could be used for area effect. What's going on? So let's pull this out. We can create a montage. Fire explosion. And we'll use this for the base one, which is around her, or the mage. Maybe 1 sec. one's going to take 4. This one's .7. .7. We land. Alright, so a little bit of anticipation here. Slow this down slightly. More. And then make this even faster. And we slow this just for effect. BRB, one sec. Change this. So this is the apex. So go down to like .5. All right. And then we're going to do I think I can do this as end. I know. I'm constantly having to adult. I don't like it. I have to do it, but I don't like it. I haven't heard of it for US. I'm an immigrant in the US. I'm Canadian, but still an immigrant. I haven't dealt with that stuff in 20 years, but you know. What's going on with that? Is it for the US or is it a different country? last time wrong here. 1 second. Yes, they want the spouse to return to the home country to file. I would have to make a case of extraordinary circumstances to bypass that. I know. They want you to do the whole thing while you're in the country. I had to do a special request to even go back to Canada. So I don't know if that's even new. Oh, that's pretty cool so far. Maybe about 9. There's no delay there. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Let's go to the crit one. I can take this, copy, go to here. Okay. Throw the modulator on this bad boy. I mean, the effect kind of hides the animation play with it, but good enough. Might be able to make this maybe even faster. All right, good enough. Take this, and I think we're gonna use something else for the crit version. I might be able to use this. Something different. So what the hell? Fire, explosion, crit. And so paste all this stuff. I'm gonna paste that stuff in after I do this. So anticipation's there. Select 1.5. We're gonna make the head nod as the explosion. So that's gonna be the action. So do like 2, even faster. Sorry. I might even remove the after. Let's just randomly try this. Just see how it looks. Fire explosion crit. Do that. It's gonna be what, a 2-second cast? Let's delay. Let's make it play rate .5.7.8.75. Give it that tiny bit of input lock. 2-second cast. Alright, so we have the R3 AoE here. I feel like it's hitting a little late. I don't know why. Okay, now R3 crits. This is the one where you can actually choose where to place it, so it's a little different. That one definitely did not work. So maybe I do need the after effect here. And I do feel like the sounds are like too loud. it's happening too early. Go back to 1. I'm just gonna keep that. It's whatever. Okay, and that is not hitting on the right mark. Okay, that's why this is not working. So this has to go here. And I might be making that same mistake here. Yeah, good enough. I just noticed on the blink, I wonder if it's using, I think I can upgrade the blink just slightly with the VFX to be attached to the character. The socket at least. It's not much different, but it's just slightly positioned better. Yeah, alright. We'll consider all those done. So fire explosion's now done. And I did do shift, so blink's done, bombard's done, fireball's done. What else we got here for animations? I might need to get new characters now. Don't think Chimera is going to have anything for the... Yeah, I don't think I want to use too much from here. So Gideon, Greystone, Chimera, Seraph, Steel, Terra, Yin and Zinx. Okay, so I think I'm gonna try and get a few more Paragon characters in here. So let's pull up the Paragon animations again. So I have Zinx and Yin. For casters, I don't think I'm gonna get anything here. Sparrow. I'll need Sparrow eventually for the Archer, I think. But there's not a ton usable. Like at most, like unfortunately, you don't get a lot of the VFX and stuff, with Paragon stuff. Shouldn't be. I mean, that could be useful. Phase should have some stuff. Alright, let's put Phase. Phase shouldn't be Countess in. Do I have Aurora in here? I think I don't have the full Aurora in here. Oh, maybe I do. Oh, I just never transferred it over to. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so I need to. Let's go back to tiles. We're going to retarget sequence. Create the retarget files here. So we delete the rig because we don't need that. Open this. I need to rename this. Okay, retargeter Aurora to Cinti. And this is always messed up. Left ring and right ring. Okay. Let's do those ones. Let's go one at a time. Retarget. The only thing we don't really need is the blueprint. Don't need those. We don't need blend spaces. These are all from vertical third. Ah, damn it. Um, these are all previously from vertical third, which I have in the project already. Okay. Time for a drink. But yeah, a bunch of these characters will also be used for the other classes, so um, I'm getting this done now, so it's the other classes go a little faster. But yeah, I'm really hoping I can just. I'm trying to stick through right now and just finish the mage in one block. Then take a break. Um, so tomorrow we spent on designing probably the rogue, maybe. The archer might be quick, so maybe I'll leave the archer for last. I'll get the one that's a little bit harder done first. And the archer I don't have a ton of animations for because, like I said, Sparrow doesn't have a lot of animations for shooting bows and stuff. So just by nature of that, the archer's going to be a little bit simpler. And there's certain things like kick trap. I'm not going to have any type of. In the future, kick trap could be cool where it like applies a bonus somehow to the trap it kicks. Like that would be interesting. Okay, so now some of these will be super jacked. Gotta delete these. All the AOs are jacked. Which is just short for aim offset, which you do not need. I can't tell if those ones are. Oh, these are aim offsets. Okay, these are jacked then. Well, everything's moving along. It definitely feels kind of tight because I have 5 days left before the 28th, with pretty much 2 full classes to redo. I'm trying to think of like what other while these things are loading, I can actually start on the like rogue design. So a couple things is currently I want rogues to be able to do like pulling slash spawn splitting. That's one thing. And so I need to create the mechanic where like distract, make NPCs walk to a specific location. Away from other NPCs. So that's one thing. Save all. Okay, now next Paragon character. We'll do Countess. And this is IK retargeter. This to Cindy. Ring left, left ring. Ring right, right ring. That looks so funny on the character on the Cindy Studio. Looks like they have. Yeah, this could be cool for the rogue for sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of rogue attacks here. Okay, select everything. Don't need animation blueprints. I can probably just get rid of these AOs, all the AOs. Just gonna deselect now. Get rid of the blend spaces. I don't need those. Okay. It's 2 down. We have Shinbi. Looks like I may have done Sparrow, or maybe I only did a few things for Sparrow. I don't know. Alright, delete the broken ones. Okay. Where's Sparrow here? Okay, I didn't do Sparrow. But I have Sparrow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'll fix that later. Next one. Shinbi. Oh, the beautiful grunt work of getting assets in your game. So fun. So fun. Hey, this one actually has some spell effects going on. Did I miss something? Do most of them have spell effects that I didn't know? What? They're just not Niagara systems? Is that what it is? I bet you they're the old system. What was it called? It's probably using all the other stuff, which is annoying. Cascade. Yeah. All their stuff is using Cascade. That sucks. That's annoying as shit. It's like good. There's probably a so they do have them. So that's awesome. I wonder if I would think there's some sort of conversion tool. Um, Unreal Engine convert Cascade VFX to Niagara. You can use the built-in Cascade to plug in. Okay. Holy shit. Well, I'm gonna check that out in a second. Save all. Um, there's a converter from Epic themselves. So I'm gonna have to do that. Um, okay. Um, so I'm working. Who was I working on? I was working on Shinbi, I think, right? Yeah, because it's the wolf girl. Yeah. That's crazy. Okay, I didn't even realize that. It's because every time I searched, oh, there's no VFX, right? I'd always click Niagara and nothing come up. And so apparently they do have them, but they're just freaking Cascade. That's the old system. I'm like, what? And it just so happens that this character actually has VFX on their animations, whereas a lot of the other ones never had animations on their stuff. I've looked through several characters and they don't have them. So that's interesting. Um, Dope. That's kind of cool. All right, shouldn't be. Animations. Take off the AOs. Blend spaces. I find blend spaces always glitch out when you kind of transfer them over. So it's just better to recreate them if you actually wanted them. Just recreate them yourself. I don't know why it does that, but it does. But I just got a crap ton of new VFX if that's the case. And good ones too. We'll see how they convert. If they convert well or what. That's those ones done. Now, so I did Countess, I did Aurora. Um, I definitely need to do those ones too. I don't know if I did these guys already yet, but there's all the minion animations, which actually would be really good for some of the melee classes. Um, phase. I don't think I did phase. No. Hmm. Ring left, left ring, ring right, right ring. Yeah, those are gonna be some good ones. Ooh, that's the. Oh, that's gonna be cool. That's gonna be our beam. That's gonna be dope as shit. That one's gonna be cool. Okay, so phase. Whoa, hey King Ding. Sorry I missed your message 10 minutes ago. Well. Seems like I get to catch a morning stream, at least my time. Yeah, it's like 10:42 p.m. here, almost midnight. But I'm kind of on like a nighttime schedule. Right now, I'm putting some new animations from Paragon in because I've kind of ran out, at least for caster animations for the Mage. So it takes a bit of time to load everything in. Damn, 7:42 a.m. here, and I had to pull an all-nighter. Not exactly looking my best here. I pull all-nighters all the time. I feel ya. Okay, that's phase done. Now we have what? So Aurora. We did Aurora. We did Countess. We have Gideon, Greystone, Muriel. I don't think I did all of Muriel yet, but Phase I just did. Sereth, Shinbi I did. Sparrow I think I need to do as well. Might as well do it now. I think I got most of Sparrow's stuff, but I'm just gonna do it now. Oh, whatever. I'll do Sparrow. Okay, rig. Sparrow. New. Just in case. Okay. Check out them a little bit. They look fine. Ooh, this stuff is boring. Stuff you have to do when you don't have a budget. $0, zero assets. You're making an MMO. I know. So exciting. I have a gajillion things to do all by myself. So exciting. Right? What's that Star Wars mean? You're building an MMO. You're excited, right? 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 You're not crushed by the weight of the workload you have to do? Not at all. I'm excited because I get to play. I'm not supposed to think about your blood, sweat, and tears. Exactly right. Stupid developers. They should put in all their life's work into this to make my entertainment good. All right, let's see what we can do with what we have here. I'm going to try not to jump into VFX stuff at the moment, because that's a little squirrel moment distraction. Um, so on the Mage, Blink we have. Blazing Trail we don't really need too much. Well, let's just open something up and start looking at animations. So the first one I think is Phase, because she's actually a caster. All right, that one's going to be fun, so let's just go ahead and do that. Browse to asset. Beam. Fire beam. And I think I have it as 6 seconds right now, so let's do that. Those graphic artists have it really bad. I had carpal tunnel before I started developing. Yeah, healed a lot over the years. That goes back into why I'm trying to make a slower based game. I make that comment one of my videos on like it's kind of crazy. So how quickly does it start? So it starts. So we start. We do like a 1 second delay. Just like I love. I like again. I mentioned New World a lot because I love the base of what New World was. But then it took them like 2 years to create the systems and the progression systems that I actually enjoyed. But then when I played and you're constantly having to spam click your auto attack, my hands just felt like shit. Alright, so I think it's this one. Okay, gotta make sure. Flame beam. It started a little late, maybe. So maybe .8. That's cool. And we can actually do. Can we do the camera shake here? I think we can do a camera shake somewhere here, right? let's get the beam stuff going here. Can I make this a curve? Into red, into yellow. Gonna make it bigger. Beam radius. Is that, do I actually have a setting for that? I don't think I do. Let's try going 1. Forgot to set the thing. Kamehameha! That's a little big, I think. Let's put this, the location forward a little. Like 50 and then 25. Or maybe I do. If it was a cool effect, it'd be great, but it's not quite there, and I can't change too much of it. Oh, is it controlled through here? I don't know if it's controlled through here or not, but I think I had it as .1. Can I control it here? 2, 2. Also trying to just do. Okay, so socket. Okay, this is the source. So the source needs to be socket right hand, I think. And then let's make it bigger. And let's see if this is adjusting the size. No. Ready, 15, 15, 15. No. And I don't think the think this offset's working at all. So on a beam. So if I do like 555, that's not going to do anything, right? Yeah. I might just keep it in the center for now. Socket core. I probably could just do a small tweak to my code. Care Bear Blast. Pew. I know, right? That's pretty cool, though. Now let me just double check that I don't have some sort of beam thing. Now, I don't even think these will work right, even if I had these. That's a lightning one. It might. Let me see, because I have some special VFX beam things set up. Let's see if this one works, and I can change the color. I don't think it will, though. There's a chance it will, but okay, yeah, it's not. I'd have to set up the whole beam in the with my custom settings, which I'm not really. That'll be another time. What I will do is put in the voice line. Yeah, I mean, good enough. Length, date speed, duration. I thought there was a way to increase the radius of the beam a little bit, but I guess not. Let me look in my code. If I can just up that slightly. Okay, beam, whatever. Action beam. Where do I set this radius? Oh, is the radius literally just the, it might just be the hitbox, right? Is that what it's playing from? Okay. Um, so let's put this back to what it was. And then the flame beam. I go to the hitbox. If I make this like 150, it's going to make it bigger. Oh, I still have the other thing on it? Do I? Uh, what's going on? I swear I didn't change anything. This was 50. Okay, weird. Okay, I'm just gonna go .4. And then when I look up the beam stuff over here, I can take this. This is going to be the beam end. How that would look as a source. Whoa, okay, that adds some value. That's a little, now we're really Goku. Kamehameha! It's a little big, a touch big at the end here. That's too funny. Bing. Okay, I'm getting tons of errors. Let's maybe do, if we do this one here, go back to beam source. It's because it's spawning it's spawning particles like every tick. So it's spawning like a particle every 0.01 seconds. I'm going to leave it for now because that could be a huge optimization problem later on. And I don't want to crash people's system. Beam, fire, beam, and, or beam hit. So I'm just going to leave it as is. And I think it's pretty clear. It's like a in development effect. It's very placeholdery. And I'll work on some stuff for it later on. I can at least change that to fire maybe. Sprite size. Can I make you chain it to nearby monsters? That's going to take some extra code. I do have a chain ability. I haven't touched it, like chain stuff set up. I just don't think it works with beams. But I'm not sure exactly, to be honest. I'm going to just turn off this thing because beam and I'm going to clear that because that's spawning them. Maybe I just fixed the code. Hold on. I got to go to the bathroom. Okay. So let's go to my blueprint and initialize damage. It's for the server. It's the beam end. Yeah, I don't really want to touch this code because that could lead to troubleshooting stuff, and it's just another rabbit hole that I could get into. And so right now I'm thinking I might disable this. What am I going to do here? Just clear that and see if it's throwing errors. Okay, no errors. So this one I will do beam source as, let's see if this works. What happens here? Alright, so this one we're going to duplicate and make a fire one. And this one, we'll just change the color. But yeah, I do have a chain lightning-ish type thing. I can bounce like nearby targets. I haven't touched that code in some time though. Alright. Whatever. That one's good. We'll just change it to the crit as well. We're just going to copy all of the beam stuff, paste it, and then go to the animation, copy that, do that. And I think I have a crit damage difference. This one's 10 to 10. The crit will be, I guess, 20 to 20. These are all like whatever values anyways. I have a lightning primary and warframe that I used all the time. Yeah, I know chain lightning stuff is definitely something I thought about in my abilities. When I was doing vertical third, I spent some time doing that. Like if I go in my ability, I've spent so much time on game tech and systems, um, thinking about all these options, like target value. I had target nearby target range, so you just automatically select something nearby. And then I think you can have, so like if you casted a beam or a fireball, it would hit this target and then trigger the next ability, which would look for its next target, and then it would, and then it would trigger another ability, which would look for its next target, type thing. So it's like a chain system, and so you can set it up that you could have the same ability, jump from one to one, or you could have different abilities jump one from one. Oh, and then the crit. I need the camera shake on low. It would be a crowd control nightmare. But that's the type of thing where that's what I want. I want you to actively, as a player, know when to not use something, right? That's kind of your skill depth. And if you're using tons of AoE all the time, breaking mezzes, it's going to cause a wipe. You're going to learn. And if you don't learn, people might not want to play with you. It's going to be a really cool ability, though. When we get that set up properly, that's going to be dope as hell. I suppose I'll make like a more reddish one for that. And I have some clear things to adjust on this one. So this one I did a little delay of 0.8. And then we'll do the beam VFX itself. We'll duplicate, fire, crit, and quite literally just make the color. Oh, Okay, I need this guy to reset crit, and this guy to guaranteed crit. All right, good enough. Move on. Move on, Christopher. Move on. Beam's good. Let's continue looking at phase. This is probably an easy one, just to when we look at the fire degradation. I think the V effect. I might just leave fire degradation. It's just literally the same cast and stuff as the cleric, but I think it just kind of works right now. Like a shell skill, like from Final Fantasy, like a protect, the warrior does. Let's ignite. That's all I want. 3. But maybe we change the VFX. I don't know. I need to cut a little bit of corners here. Yeah, I'm going to say fire degradation is just fine. And what's 2 again? 2 is the shield, I think. And yeah, flame shield's good. I will just change the VFX on flame shield. That's a very quick fix. Shield the flames. Let's see what that looks like. Yep. And we can actually attach it to socket core. Do the crit one the same way. There we go. Why are these applying stacks? They should not be applying stacks. pretty much make the Mage a glass cannon, which requires them to cast the skill. Then when they get hit, they have plenty of mana. Yeah. So that a lot of the mitigation stuff I want to be part of tanks. Like I want some of your skill depth as a tank to be you mitigated a ton of damage for your team, and that's why your team survived. And so I'm being a little bit, when it comes to like in WoW, the priest had a shield that casted on people, which was like typically more mana intense, but it could potentially save people. But I want that more reserved for tanks. I had to have different ways to mitigate damage. And if you remember, I had like abilities that transferred health or transferred damage from whoever they casted it on to them type thing. And so, you know, damage dealers have like, I did this much damage, I'm awesome. Healers have, I did this much healing, I'm awesome. And I want tanks to be, I mitigated this much damage for the team, you know, I'm awesome type thing. And then like even crowd controllers of like, I'm thinking of like potential damage, like PD or something. It's like every time you, every monster might have a so-called DPS. It does a number like like this wolf might do 15 DPS, right? Every time you mez it, you're stopping, you know, 40 seconds of 15 PD type thing, potential damage done. And so I want to really make sure that crowd controllers, you know, have those type of things that they're doing and stats that they can kind of view as, hey, I'm playing well, I'm doing this. Okay, do that. To the flames. Still hitting. Now I do need to change the effect. It's not stacking anymore. Okay. And then Shield of Flames, the proc. Is it this one? Nope. It's this one. Nope. It's this one. Just do that. That's probably fine. Right now you can stack the Shield of Flames, but that's because I don't have a overwrite code yet, which I don't want to get into at the moment. Okay. Good enough for me. Okay, fire degradation, fire shield or shield of flames. It's fine. What is the 3 on that one? It is powering flames. Okay. Um, that should be a pretty easy one to get something for. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm going to do this one. Kind of raising the fire. I'm going to just reverse it. And let's just try this, I guess. Yeah, the archer never gets hit. Especially with that dodge roll. Alright, we need to make it slower. Okay, I have to do this properly. First this way. Oh, hold up. Oh, no, it's something else. Alright, so anticipation. It's like there. Then the action. It's probably like .4. .5. And so this guy here, slow down. This guy, speed up. Then we have follow through. But this one's going to be even slower. Okay. I might have to reload this. Yeah, that looks good. I can get the timing a little better. So 1.5 should hit here. So this needs to be like .6 or faster, I guess. .75. .8. And then here, this needs to land on .5, so this needs to be slower. .1. .11. 0.5. Okay. In my opinion, it's better. I mean, a vast majority of people would say Pac-Man is better game than League of Legends, you know. So, but I do feel like it's like there's a little bit of growth in League lately. Um, everyone like again, people. League of Legends is a good game. It's the toxic environment that makes it bad, right? That's all MOBAs. It's in many ways it's all competitive games, and so a lot of these games that are competitive are they're good, but many of them would be better and more accepted if it wasn't for how toxic they were. But there's definitely a lot of hype right now with the whole Jinx. I don't know if you've seen the Jinxie situation, but Jinxie was some big like Siege console streamer or whatever, and for the first time ever, he was playing computer games. So he's barely ever used a computer in general before, so he's part of that generation that grew up on touchscreens and console, and that's it. They barely even use. That's like the running meme, right, for millennials is the only one that knows how to use a computer is millennials, is a joke. Because we grew up with the generation before us didn't grow up with computers, so they had to learn to it. We grew up with computers. Now the next generation is only growing up with console and touchscreens. You know, so it's kind of funny. Like now the millennials are the only ones that know how to use a computer. That's clearly not true, but it's kind of funny to think about. Okay, powering flames. Hoi-ja. Hoi-ja. Okay. And we need a slightly darker blue for the crit version. Let's throw a different color in here somewhere randomly. Maybe like that or something. Slightly change the blue. I've been checking on him recently and do not like some of his content. Oh, he's among the very, in some ways, toxic people, but it's more the event, I don't clearly watch him at all. I only know about him because of his track in his first time in League of Legends was a massive deal. and him and Dante's Dante's coaching him and stuff was just really entertaining because of the duo. It's like a weird duo that just was kind of entertaining to watch, especially just how new he was to the game. It's like obviously he's very bad at the game, but it's because he's never played a game with like a clicking, having to click a mouse, you know. And he was sitting there trying to type, and he had to look at his keyboard to even like, know where buttons are, know where Q is, and all these things. And so that's the whole thing of why it's been entertaining, not because you know because I have some very strong language. I want you, but understand more now. Yeah. Um, so Jinxie, like again, I don't know his past, and what any like comments he's made in the past, any drama he's made in the past, but it's just the fact of League's had this massive problem where it can't get new people in the game. And then there's for a while now, for like probably a year or more, they've been talking about how they're developing WASD controls. And so people can come into the play and use WASD. And they're just about to turn it on fully in ranked and stuff. And part of that conversation has been the fact that when new people come into the game, especially like new players, many of them have never played computer games before. They've never like most of the people that like kind of transitioned to MOBAs when they were big, they played StarCraft, they played Warcraft 3, they played like, plenty of other PC games that they've used a mouse and keyboard for on. Whereas the next generation of players coming in that are in that kind of anywhere from 10 years old to 20, maybe even like 18 years old, many of them have never played on a computer before. It's all been touchscreen and console. And so they've been talking about this problem for a long time, and we're like, okay, we get it, sure, whatever, right? But we never like had it like really pushed in our face. So now Jinxie has come in and started to learn League of Legends, and he's a very obvious example of what they've been talking about for so long, where he doesn't even know how to use a mouse and keyboard, right? And it's just comically hilarious for all of our MOBAs, like all of us League of Legends players, that just take the smallest things for granted and like, oh, why don't you just get in and play? It's so easy. When the base controls are overwhelming and all the buttons and stuff, let alone the incredible depth the game has from champion skill, player, mechanics, macro in the game, laning strategies, jungle timers, cross map plays, let alone all of that. Just trying to sit down and play for someone that's never used a mouse and keyboard is incredibly daunting. And so it was just a massive highlight of all those issues. Then he did um, uh, a tournament that was that all of the he did a tournament with a bunch of other like 40 or 50 content creators. All of the team captains were people that have barely touched the game, if not played at all, right? The longest that the captain, I think, was like Burnt Peanut, maybe. And he played for like 2 weeks or something. And then maybe Jinxie was like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. And so the team captains were all extremely new players that had no idea what's going on. And then they all got to pick a challenger player. And so one team had Double Lift, one team had Tyler 1, another one had Aloys, another one had Double Lift, these type of things. But all the challenger players had to play support. So it was more of a role, like they were there, but they were mostly there for trying to like shot call the team and not obviously take some sort of carry champion and raffle stomp everyone. And then everyone else was a mixture of, iron to, like having a little bit of experience everywhere in between, from gold to platinum type thing, silver to platinum type experience or whatever. And that tournament literally got like broke records on viewership for some of the league stuff, purely because of how comical it was. You may have seen some league bloopers of like Marlon Double Lift trying to instruct Marlon. She's like, Marlon, press R, Marlon, press R, Marlon, press R, and he literally is on Malphite, which is like a big, I'm sure you know Malphite, but and he's turned out he finally presses R and like R is right in front of him and it's nothing under the tower. Um, so it was that kind of like whole experience of why it was a big deal um, for the league community. And Riot sponsored the entire tournament too. So it was one of those things of, again, I don't know Jinxie's past. I don't know his drama, what type of drama he has. I know he's in that range of, kind of abrasive, shit talking streamers and stuff, but because Dante's his coach was as well. But it was more what the context of the entire situation was for the league community, and the fact that it might actually bring new people into the game that actually want to um, like stick it out and play through some of the more challenging early stages of everything. All right, I think I'm done empowering flames. I was testing. I created a little tiny variation to the effect, so that's the blue one. And then here's the crit version. Yeah, that's cool. And weirdly, I think those might be setting to stack 2. Yeah, get that down there. Okay. More questionable games, yeah. I have him on Twitch just to keep up to date. He hasn't like made it his main game or anything, so he plays a lot of other stuff. Um, Back to my chart, and he still holds that persona being in shock of what he's witnessing. Yeah. Okay, so I think so far these are done. So that is 3. So we Q R 1, 2, and 3 is done. Let's look at and let's try and finish the AoE tab, which I've finished the. So the first one is what? I gotta fix the cooldowns on a lot of these too. So that's Scorched Ground. And then what is 2 again? Blazing Trail. Okay. Alright, so now we need something else. Let's jog. Okay, primary. Yeah, let's just use this for something. Okay, anticipation's like .15. Okay, so this is going to be scorch ground. And we'll just duplicate, crit. All right, this is scorched ground on the first one here. Let's try that again. Yep, that looks good. And then we can once again duplicate this and make it scorch ground crit. And the color we're going to make a bit more red. All right, and I also need to make the targeting thing a little bigger on this. That's better. All right, scorch ground's good. So last thing for the AoE is some sort of like self-cast for Blazing Trail. Oh, that's another messed up one. Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Make this like a 1 second cast. Play rate .5. That's probably good. Okay. And I guess for this one, oh, sugar plums. I did the wrong thing. You go there. 1. Okay. It's weird it's not sorting them differently. Oh, there's no AoE there. So this technically, no, I don't even know. Okay, whatever. Oh, did I cast the wrong ability? I might have cast the wrong ability. Alright, so that one's working. Okay. Oh, maybe I set it wrong on the kit. That's probably what it is. On the crit 2. Yeah, that's what I did wrong. Okay, good enough. Okay, that's two. Two done. I can't do quite as much polish as I did some of the other ones. Alright, so Ignite's an easy one. I can just get one ability. One cast for this. And do a bunch of different timings for it. So once again, I'll look at Shinbi. Or Shinbi I haven't used yet, but I think there are some cool ones. Yeah, that's going to be that one. Okay, this is 1 second. And then we'll do 1.5. And then 2. Okay. Ignite 1 here for 1 second. Ignite crit. Be 1.5. Next one, R2, will also be 1.5. And then R3. 2. No. 1.5. Alright, here's Ignite 1. Ignite 2. Use this. I do have to. So Ignite 1, R1 crit, R2, R2 crit, R2. Okay. Okay. The timing was not right on R3. It's supposed to be 2-5. R3 crit is 3. I do R2. R2 crit is 2. R3 is 2-5. Okay. Perfect. Now, have I done a damage pass on this? Let's close all these over to the right. So Ignite 1. So I guess it's just the value. Where is my value at? So we have 10 to 15 there. And then the crit is 10 to 15, but that's normal because it's going to be a guaranteed crit. So R2 is 20 to 25. And this should be the same. And then R3 is 30 to 35. Okay. At least they're different. So that's all that matters. Okay, Ignite's done. So that's 1 done. 2 is done. 3 is done. Shift is done. So almost done. The Mage, give me 1 second to go to the bathroom. Okay, almost there. And now so the things that need steel heat, which is again something I can I should actually use that for the blink. That's fucking way better. Does teleport. I was gonna have to take the effect off at the moment, but oh, I have to duplicate. Browse there. Duplicate that. Take that off. And then go back to teleport. That should look way better. notice it. Not that it's supposed to be super apparent or anything, but it still feels better. I like it. It has like this little after effect too. That's kind of like nice after a blank. I kind of like that. The follow through is kind of nice. I will make sure that the sound effect here it's a modulator. Oh, another thing I can do. This is probably why. Let's see if it works or not. Put this to full body. No. Yeah, it's better. It's not full body. All right. So steel heat. That's what I'm working on now. Steel heat. Shouldn't be. I might just use that. Actually, I think I know what I can do. Let's do this. Duplicate. What about Aurora? Hmm. All right, I'm just gonna go with that. I don't care. All right. This is 1 second. 5. That's 2. 2, 5. I think that's all I need. This is steel heat or drain heat. Okay. One second. Five. Oh shoot. Fireballs first. This one's 1 second. This one is 1.5. Burn is 1.5 and 2. And ignite is 2 and 2.5. Okay, 1. 2. 3. Crits. Crit 1 is not right. Fireball crit. 5. And then the effect is not right here either. We'll leave it alone. Alright, once again. Drain, heat, fireball. And then drain, heat, burn. Drain, heat, ignite. Done. And then the last one is the big damage things. I kind of think I've honestly, outside of the animation, the VFX and all these are just fine. I actually did the VFX for everything on this one now. So if I go to, so obviously the beam is just good enough for now, whatever. But then 4-2, it's magma orb, which I've done. And it does a bunch of stagger and big damage. And then 3, the Fireless Haunting, which has a ghost come down and haunt and does big damage over time. So technically I just need little animations for that. Empowering Flames, Fireless Haunting. What are the other animations we got here? So maybe Sparrow. Is there anything to use there? No. Probably not. Alright, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go ahead and use what I got. I'm gonna keep the current animations out of a need right now. Alright, so here's a little review. Again, Mage is gonna have to be cut short a little bit. So final Mage review. We have your blink, obviously, as you go through, and then higher ranks or whatever just give you a little bit of a speed buff. And if you use an R3, it's a bigger speed buff. Then we have your Bombard, R1, R2, then we have R1 crit, and R3. Then we got R2 crit coming up. Okay. Then we have your fireball. R1. R2. R1 crit. R3. We have R2 crit. Get my mana back. Again, R3. R3 crit. Then we have R1. I went through those already. Ignite. Different ranks. It's all the same. 2. Scorched Ground. R2. Is the Blazing Trail. And finally R3. Or 2-3. Okay. And the regular one is a different animation. Then we have Fire Degradation. Shield the Flames. Oops, wrong ability. And then finally, Empowering Flames. Okay, we're good. I need to check a couple things on cooldowns. So blink. Gotta make sure all the cooldowns match right now. So 5 seconds, 5 seconds, and 5 seconds. Then we have Drain Heat. Cooldown, we'll keep that at 5 seconds for everything. Should be fine. So then we have Empowering Flames, Fire Degradation, and Flame Shield. Shield Flames. And sure, we'll put these all at 10 seconds. Because it's super fucking random. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Then we have Scorched Ground, Blazing Trail, and fire explosion. These guys will do like more of a 15-second cooldown. Because again, they're AoE, so I don't want them too overly used. Fire Wisp Haunting is like an ultimate, Flame Beam, and Magma Orb. I'm going to put these at 60 times 5, 300. Now Steel Heat. I don't even remember if I did these already. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. 10 seconds. And then Bombard. Make sure these are all the same cooldown. Keep that at 4, I guess. And then Fireball should all be 4 as well. Then Ignite. Put Ignite on like a 10-second cooldown. I think that's everything. Did Blazing Trail, did Blink, did Bombard, Burn, Drain Heat, Empowering Flames, Explosion, Magma Orb. Alright, I did it. I did it. Mage is done for now. Oh, God. It's a start. It's a start. I'm just happy I got it done. In quotations. Not nearly as many effects and stuff as the other classes, but I'd rather have a base version of the rogue and archer than a more polished version of the mage. So design over polish right now. I'll do that later. Okay, that's a 5-hour session. I'm going to take a break. I'll probably be playing League in an hour or so. I think about food. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Another little session with the Mage. Again, Mage is looking fun, looking cool. A lot of interesting abilities. Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how people use them. And next month, I'm sure I'll have like a bucket list of polish and ideas to further enhance some of the abilities and things. So I'm gonna play here. We'll see like the cooldowns, what they look like. So we got your long cooldown thing. Everything else is kind of usable pretty frequently. And in time too, like once I get a lot of the core abilities kind of in, I'm definitely gonna play with auto attacks, and like there could be a whole system around auto attacks. Like the 1, 2, 3 auto attacks could do different things. We'll see what happens. You could have like a weak, medium, strong auto attack type thing, and then they could do different effects. I don't know, but that's it for me and for now. I desperately need a break. Oh my god, 5-hour session. My brain's dead. Bye everyone. Thank you for watching.